They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Gold Templar from an outside post going out for the lead. Mo Trump the Gray splitting rivals, and Supreme Song is at the fence, and Supreme Song from third up into the lead. And at the back of the pack is Pot of Gold, who's about 3 lengths off the pace, being set by Supreme Song. Supreme Song off the inside has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Mo Trump, and now it's Pot of Gold from last, who's firing on through towards the rail, and Pot of Gold sticks the head in front. Supreme Song counters in second. Mo Trump's in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Gold Templar, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener, and it's Pot of Gold and Supreme Song dueling on the front end. It's Mo Trump, who's deep on the course in third, and 3 lengths off the lead, and another couple lengths back to Gold Templar, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Supreme Song and Pot of Gold. These two are clear by 4 lengths over Mo Trump and Gold Templar. A final furlong to go. Pot of Gold digs in. Supreme Song to the outside. Pot of Gold is resilient. Supreme Song a final try, but it's Pot of Gold who wins that battle. Supreme Song second, Gold Templar third. Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in 19 minutes at 1:29 p.m. Don't forget about the pick 5 carryover on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a pretty good start. It's Light Thoughts who's sending out for the front end. My Angel displaying speed. Alley Song is outside of her. And then it's La Indecente at the fence in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths back to Joyful Departure, who's about 2 lengths in front of Turn Up the Music, who brings up the rear. As they race past the half-mile pole, and it's Light Thoughts who's on the front end, has the lead by a length. My Angel, Alley Song pressing outside second and third. La Indecente is in fourth, and now about 5.5 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Joyful Departure, and Turn Up the Music trails the field. They've got 2.5 furlongs to go. Light Thoughts, My Angel. My Angel's only a neck behind in second, as it's Alley Song 3 deep in third. Then 4 lengths back to Joyful Departure, attempting a rally from the back and fourth as they reach the top of the stretch. Light Thoughts on top. The lead's a length and a half. My Angel the Gray. Joyful Departure tries to squeeze through at the fence, and Alley Song on the outside. Alley Song and Joyful Departure pass the early pace setter Light Thoughts, and it's Alley Song and Joyful Departure. Joyful Departure defeats Alley Song. Then it was Light Thoughts. Perfecta Daily Double, pick 3 wagering. And pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 21 minutes. Gate. And they're off. Gandy Dancing, CJ's Grand Slam. These two accelerate out for the front end. Invaluable Wills towards the inside in third, then 3 parts of a length to Peruvian Boy is 2 lengths in front of Double Shot, and a length to Don't Poke the Cat, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. CJ's Grand Slam off the rail has a lead by just about a length. Invaluable Wills up the inside in second. Gandy Dancing tracks in third. A length back Peruvian Boy, mid-flight in fourth, to the outside of Double Shot, and 4 lengths back to Don't Poke the Cat, who trails the field. Early pace, not quick, 23 4/5 the opening quarter, 2.5 furlongs to go. CJ's Grand Slam doing it nicely on the front end, the lead's 2 lengths. Invaluable Wills up the inside in second, now drifting out a little bit wide. In third place, that is Gandy Dancing, followed up by Double Shot, is towards the rail. Up into the third spot is Double Shot, about 3 lengths off the lead. They run down to the final furlong. CJ's Grand Slam has a lead by a length and a half. Double Shot shifting to the outside, to the inside there of Invaluable Will. Invaluable Will and Double Shot. These two clash for the lead. Peruvian Boy's in third, but it's Double Shot. Double Shot in front. Invaluable Will second. Peruvian Boy third. Not New York bred. 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Bourbon Courage out of Elegant Finish. David Oyola, owner trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Career win number 9 for Double Shot. And they're off. It's Bustin' Time, who blasts out for the front end. Dr. G and Alley on the far outside. Everyone's lining up. Here's the shoe lady at the fence who was near the back early on, now up into the lead. Ruby's Mission is in second, Bustin' Time in third. Numeric mid-flight in fourth, then in fifth, Amalada Lady, as it's Tamaki is on the outside with Dr. G and Allie, those two about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Into the far turn they travel. The shoe lady on top, the leads 3 parts of a length. Ruby's Mission, Numeric with a 4-wide bid. Numeric from fourth up into second. Bustin' Time attempts to go with that one in third. Ruby's Mission shuffled fourth, 3 lengths back to Amalada Lady, who's about 2.5 in front of Dr. G and Allie. And Tamaki is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. The shoe lady has the lead. Numeric the danger on the outside. These two are nip and tuck in upper stretch. They're clear by 5 over Ruby's Mission in third. They run down to the final furlong. The shoe lady's game on the front end has a lead by a little over a length. Numeric outside second, but the finish line's approaching and the shoe lady will get there. The shoe lady in front. Numeric second. Ruby's Mission third. Amalada Lady fourth. It's time super $6.50 pick 3. $740. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Rhymes Like Dimes, and they're off. Don't Lose Cruise wins the break and fires out for the lead. Bustin' Away, displaying speed in second. A margin of 2 lengths back to New York Anthem in third, and then about 4 lengths to Crypto Causeway, who's in the fourth and trailing position. Don't Lose Cruise with a slender lead over Bustin' Away. Now they're on even terms. They're clear by about 3 lengths. New York Anthem is a clear-cut third, then about 6 lengths back to Crypto Causeway, who trails the field. On to the turn, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Don't Lose Cruise and Bustin' Away. They've been in match race mode for the last furlong and a half. Still clear by 3. New York Anthem spying on the speed in third, and 5 lengths back to Crypto Causeway, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Bustin' Away cuts the corner. Don't Lose Cruise alongside. They're clear by 3 lengths. Crypto Causeway is up into third, and Crypto Causeway has a big-time chance here. 1 furlong to go. Bustin' Away softened up. And here's Crypto Causeway. Crypto Causeway sweeping on by. A big long shot at 16 to 1. Bustin' Away second. New York Anthem third. $76.50. 50-cent pick 3, $154. 4 or 5 in the pick 5, $1,941. And they're off. It's World Bank who's barreling out for the front end. Miss Wobbles on the outside. And here's Stunning Sugar at the fence. Stunning Sugar sticks the head in front of World Bank in second. Miss Wobbles tracks in third. 2 lengths, Lose Redemption in fourth, who's about 3 lengths in front of Bisa in fifth. 6th place, Our First Lady of the Grays, about 2 lengths in front of Mia Nipotina, is about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Rochelle, My Bells in second last, and a margin of 4 to Practical Rachel, who's at the tail of the field on the turn. Stunning Sugar has the lead with 3 furlongs to go. The lead's 3 parts of a length over World Bank, shoved upon in second. Lose Redemption seems to have some run, but needs some running room. Miss Wobbles will be stuck out a little bit wide. Bisa from the back of the pack, orange colors, only 3.5 lengths off the lead, also in some traffic as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Stunning Sugar gets the jump on the field, has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Lose Redemption has clear running room if good enough. In second will try and run down Stunning Sugar. Stunning Sugar is all out. Lose Redemption not giving up on the outside, and then it's World Bank. They come down to the winning line. It's Lose Redemption who wrestles that lead away from Stunning Sugar for the win. Mia Nipotina comes from out of nowhere to get third. 12 cents. Time Super, $19.65. Pick 4. 4 of 4, $1,365.25. All the gate. And they're off. Pretty good start. It's Coach Bahi and 30 Oysters. These two run out for the front end. And they're clear by a length. Over Hari is on the outside. Bottomless Refills towards his inside. And then it is Anything Passable, who is in third last. Fort Charles is in sixth. And then a half length back to Anointed Spirit, who's at the tail of the field. Entries first and last. And they got 6 furlongs to go. And 30 Oysters has the lead over Coach Bahi in second. A space of about 3 lengths back to Hari in third. Bottomless Refill towards the inside. Fourth, Fort Charles able to split rivals in fifth. Able to get up into a joint third as anything passable 4 wide up the backstretch, 4 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths to Anointed Spirit, who trails the field. Half mile to go in this race. 30 Oysters on top. Coach Bahi is in second. Fort Charles is in about the 4 path. Bottomless Refill in a tough and tight spot at the fence, getting shuffled in fourth. Then in fifth, that is Hari, and 3.5 lengths off the lead is him. 2 lengths to Anointed Spirit in second last, and anything passable trails the field. 3 across the track as they wind their way to the quarter pole. Coach Bahi has the lead over 30 Oysters. Fort Charles on the extreme outside, and Fort Charles challenging for the top spot and upper stretch. Fort Charles gets that lead over Coach Bahi as it's Bottomless Refill on the outside, and Bottomless Refill's closing in. 16th to go. It's Fort Charles and Bottomless Refill. One of these two will win it. Fort Charles's game. Bottomless Refill surging late. Here's the winning line. Fort Charles towards the rail, towards the inside. 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m. Draw on the gate, and they're off. Mischief Exposed, the favorite, sends out for the front end. Saratoga Weekend, Frankie R. Our second and third. Frankie R. up into second. Followed up by Tip of the Boot, who's mid-flight in fourth, to the inside of Last Vintage in fifth, and a separation of 3 lengths to One With Everything, who's at the tail of the field. Up the backstretch, Mischief Exposed has a lead by a half length with a half mile to go. Frankie R. pressing outside in second. Saratoga Weekend shaking up in third, 5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Last Vintage and Tip of the Boots, who about a length in front of One With Everything, who advances up the inside, is out of last, up into fourth. One With Everything still about 10 lengths off of the leaders as the leaders make their way to the quarter pole. It's Frankie R. to the outside of Mischief Exposed. They're clear by 6. Over Saratoga Weekend in third. One With Everything towards the inside in fourth as they run down to the final furlong, and Frankie R. has the lead by a couple of lengths over Mischief Exposed. Left in his wake. 16th to go. It's Frankie R. who's drawing clear. Frankie R. breaks the maiden today. One With Everything gets second. Third, Mischief. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we present with pride our national anthem? Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes, and for that matter, no changes in races 1, 2, 3, or 4. Race 5, we do have a scratch. In the fifth race, scratch number 8, McDonough. Number 8, McDonough, a scratch from the fifth race. Race number 6. Scratch number 2, Don Antonio. Number 2, Don Antonio, a scratch from race number 6. Race number 7. There are no changes. Eighth and final. Got a jockey change on number 4, Big Rich, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis on number 4, Big Rich. No apprentice allowance, make the weight 122. Jackie Davis on the 4, Big Rich. Then scratch number 8, Indy Cowboy, and number 10, With No Name. Indy Cowboy with no name, 8 and 10, both scratch from the 8th and final. Don't forget about Finger Lake bonus bets. They offer an incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wagers. You simply wager $2,500 per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive that offer. And if you wager over $1,000, you get 6%. New customers receive a $50 sign-up bonus once they have wagered $100. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Got about 51 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave next here at Finger Lakes. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Batice. Another fun-filled day today to conclude the racing week. Hoping the rain holds off. Right now, really cloudy. It's supposed to be a chance of rain today, on and off throughout the day. Of course, we're used to that here in Western New York so far this spring. It's been a lot of rain. At least the last couple days have been pretty nice. I don't know if it's going to hold off today, but it's important because you got to keep an eye on how that'll affect the track condition if we do get enough rain for it. Well, looking back at yesterday, what can you say? I mean, it's been here a while. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that in quite some time, where over the first few races, I think 3 of them, the longest shot on the board won. And the funny thing about that is 2 of those races were 4-horse fields. It started off in the first, and man, there's a 4-horse field, and the longest shot, by far the longest shot, because I think he had a couple even monies in a 3-1, the Murph, who won the stakes race on Monday with a 20-1 shot, comes back in the first race and wins with a 14-1 shot. It was crazy. Second race, Carl Grusmark gets his first win of the season, Jackie Davis aboard, and wins at odds of 37-1. I don't, it didn't end there. I mean, it was a 4-horse field. It was one of the early races, and it was probably one, as far as the quality, one of the feature races. It did scratch down to 4 horses, but it featured the horse that was undefeated at Finger Lakes. Was it Bustin' Away? I mean, that horse has been unbeatable. But for whatever reason, Don't Lose Cruz, who never really showed sprint speed, that kind of sprint speed before, really went after that horse of Ferraro's that was undefeated at Finger Lakes anyway. It was Donna Beretta, big long shot. I think was it Jeremiah Flores rode that one, got the victory at 16-1, by far the longest shot in the 4-horse field in that race. What was going on yesterday? Well, the early pick 5, if the early pick 5 was the mandatory payout, so we paid 4 out of 5. Congratulations if you had 4 out of 5. First of all, paid $1,900 plus for 4 out of 5. That's 4 out of 5 paying $1,900, not 5 out of 5. The late one paid over $6,000. Man, imagine both pick 5s with a day. One of those Let It Ride movies where you just keep playing the long shots. I think only a couple of post-time favorites. I know the one, Sophia Vivas rode one post-time favorite to victory. That was for Michael S. Ferraro. The Shoe Lady, I think, was the favorite. And John Buckley had a 2-1 shot win later in the card. Not sure if that was the post-time favorite, but other than that, some decent prices. Ferraro won the last. It was a logical. So those are the 3 logicals that won. The rest were some prices yesterday. Congratulations if you did well yesterday on that card. But it seemed like the track was, we had some inside winners, but they were off the pace inside winners. That's rare at Finger Lakes, so maybe that's why we got the long shots. Usually when we have that inside bias, it's speed on the inside winning, or if we have the tiring track, it's the closers on the outside. It seemed like it was the opposite yesterday. It was opposite day. I think one of those days you just, as a handicapper, you just turn the page, take some notes on some horses' trips, and say, what the heck happened yesterday? But congratulations to the winners and anybody that did well in yesterday's card. Let's look at today. Maybe we'll be back to normal here. First race, a 6-furlong event, a 5,000 claimer, not worse of a race since a date, or never won 4 races. Of course, I have, at least on the morning line, a couple prices. I think it was the first and the last race. So I bookend the card with some prices. I think it's Tony Kaler used to say that. I don't know if Jayla deserves 8-1. I know she's more of a router than a sprinter. This is one of those races where somebody's going to win, and nobody's really impressive in this race. You actually have a few horses coming off the layoff. You got the one Sabrine, but let's face it, Sabrine, she doesn't have a nose for the wire. She likes to get second a lot. Trivia ran good, but she was the only speed in a slow race last time, won by Mud Love and Kateri Empire. Quiet Horizon hasn't been out this year, and she's more of a router. Bad Connection is the speed here. Can she go gate to wire? 6 furlongs off of the bench, and Mind of Gold's off the bench as well. Of course, David Iola's doing pretty good with his horses off the left. So what that means, you only got 2 horses that have run since February. That's Trivia and Jayla. And actually, those are my top 2 selections in the first race. And I like Jayla. I mean, Jayla's race was bad. Let's face it. But she was off the layoff. And, probably needing that race. And look at the race she was up against. I mean, those were some monsters in that race. For 11,000, you were up against, Eros's girls and others. I mean, it was a tough. Well, I say that because Eros's girl came back to beat a really good allowance field. Not that race itself was that great, but Eros's girl was that good. She beat the horses that were some tough sprinters in her next start. So it did make the race look pretty decent. So she drops in class to 5,000 and probably gets something out of the race. So if she runs her race second off the layoff, I think she's got a good shot in here. And she's 8-1 morning line. The 2-horse Trivia, the time was a little slow, and she was the main speed. I liked her that day just because there was no speed in the race, but it was also her first start off the layoff. You can't expect too much from her, and she almost held on, but Kateri Empire, she did get a little bit tired late, and that was a sign of a horse that needed the race and still almost won. She goes 6 furlongs today. She's not the speed today. Bad Connection is. But let's face it, Bad Connection could be questionable if she could go all the way at 6 furlongs off of the layoff. Maybe she can, but she's been off since February. Maybe so. She does have 2 wins going 6 furlongs. She's dangerous. But I think if she stops, Trivia with a race under her could be the first one to get that first run on her, and that'll put her in position to win. The one Sabrine, what do you do with Sabrine? I mean, she could win on just talent, on past class over these horses. It's a lackluster field. She hasn't been the same horse over the last couple seasons, but you go back a couple years, man, this horse was what, a 5 or 6 time winner that year. It just seems like she's having trouble finding the wire. She's always running well, even at the bottom level. She always hits the board. It's just a matter of winning. Well, I think she could hit the board at least here, and I wouldn't be surprised if she beat this field, having a good trainer in Aquilano. I'm going to go with a 6-2-1 though, taking a shot in a first race. Maybe it'll be like yesterday, where you get the longest shot in race number 1. All right, second race. Fillies and Mares, non-winners of races to date are never won 4. This goes 6 furlongs. You know what? Maybe that's part of what happened yesterday. Some of these horses, either off the layoff or going from 4.5 to 6. It's a different race when you're going 3/4 versus 4.5. When they're coming out and the horses are doing what they don't want to do, and they're asked early to chase instead of relaxing and making a run. And maybe that's part of the reason you got some of those prices yesterday. Well, Jolly Miss Jill, a little bit of a price in here. Reiterate, looks like she's going to be the favorite. And why not? The Murph is on fire. But I like Jolly Miss Jill's last race. I mean, Bonfire Diva is sharp. I actually like her today in the starter, so she's stepping up off of the 2 wins. See if how she does against the starter allowance competition. And Jolly Miss Jill's finished second, but the horse that was third, Georgie's Ladies, did come back to win. Won 2 days ago, back and in a short field. Of course, she was lone speed. She was supposed to win, but she still came back to win, make the race look a little bit better. I thought Jolly Miss Jill ran well, going a distance that you wouldn't expect her to run that great at 5 furlongs. So she gets an extra furlong today, draws the inside, and she's a little bit of a price. I think Reiterate is going to be, looks like she's going to be a short price in here, but very vulnerable favorite. She was bet down to be the favorite last time because of her stablemate. That wasn't because of her. She wasn't a beaten favorite. It was more of the horse that was second, Make a Joyful Noise, who was the horse to beat in there. Although Reiterate did run pretty well, and she can be up close to the pace when there isn't a lot of speed in this race. It's one of those races that are expected to go pretty slow because there's no true speed. She has a little speed, which could help her, but not a lot either. They said Mrs. Bell had the ride of the year for Jackie Davis to win that race. Reiterate tried to come up the inside, and the stablemate, Make a Joyful Noise, was coming on the outside with the winner, Mrs. Bell, who ended up keeping her position and winning the race somehow. But it was a good effort by Reiterate. Got to use this horse, and would be no surprise in here. And she does have enough tactical speed in a race that just absolutely has no pace in it, that she could be with that early pace. I think they all have about the same amount of speed. Other than, Investment Grade looks to be the speed, but she's all the way on the outside. And it's not like Investment Grade's that fast, but she could just simply be the speed in here. I don't know if she's good enough going 6 furlongs. And then you got True Destiny, who's more of a router. She has some tactical speed, but more route speed than sprint speed. She doesn't really have much for sprint speed. I thought she ran okay last time in that Trivia Kateri Empire race. Again, not the strongest of race. She had horses off the layoff. But she was out of her element going 5 furlongs. I think getting an extra furlong could put her in the number here. I do like the one. Jolly Miss Jill, going to go with the 164. Little concerned about the pace scenario in the second race. It just doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in there. Actually, none whatsoever. The horse on the outside, Investment Grade, you would expect to be the speed. Again, might take her a little bit to clear. Third race, an 11-9 claimer for Fillies and Mares, not winners of races to date, or never won 4. Actually, it turns out to be a pretty good race. You got horses that are dropping in class in here, and we're seeing that. So far this season, at least the last couple of weeks, the 11 and 9 conditions have been awfully, awfully tough with these horses dropping in from allowance races and coming from out of town. It's almost as good as the allowance races lately. A horse that, was interesting to me because I picked against this horse a couple times last year. She did have some good fortune of being lone speed in a couple races that I didn't expect her to even get the lead. But one thing I'll say is she did improve. And her best race wasn't one of those races that she won because she controlled the pace. Her best race was against Sweet Brown Sugar, who's one of the best horses on the grounds. And, Sweet Brown Sugar, I think that one's up for Horse of the Year. It's probably between her and Jack and Bernie. Not Jack and Bernie, the Practical Joke horse. Right, the one that Ralph had. Those were the two best horses as far as wins last year. Darn That Song ran a good second to Sweet Brown Sugar, who's awfully good. Sweet Brown Sugar was a multiple stakes winner last year, and even won in New York over the winter. That horse is awfully, awfully good. And for Darn That Song to run a good second that day, that was her best race of the year off of a couple victories where she had everything her own way. So I was actually impressed with Darn That Song. And then she didn't run another good race. So I don't know, maybe that was just her best race. She peaked, and now she's in for 11 and 9. Well, dropping to this level, if she could run anything close to that race against Sweet Brown Sugar, she would easily beat these. I don't expect her to, but I do expect her to run pretty well, good enough to beat the 11 and 9s at the. Again, this is a good race for 11 and 9, but she's dropping. Another interesting one is Tequila. Might come down to how much pace she gets, but it does look like it's the opposite of the second race. The second race looks like it's void of any speed other than investment grade. Same thing with the first, not a lot of speed. This is a race that looks like there's a lot of good speed. A lot of horses that can do 22. Tequila is the one that can come from out of it. Very lightly raced last year. Only made 4 starts in 2024, but did well. She won off the layoff. And this horse has run well fresh in the past. She actually ran second off of a layoff back in 2023. Now, the fact that she won off the layoff was a good effort. And then she came back against some of the best sprinters in True Empress and 'Cause You're Pretty. Best sprinter fillies anyway. And she didn't run badly. She did put in a late run, and she finished off the season with a win at the 11 and 9 level. What does that mean? That means she could come back for the waiver claim and run in a nice spot here. Again, the race came up tough, but this horse is good at this level. And ignore the 6 to 1. This horse plays in here because it looks like she's going to get a pace that she runs well fresh. Special Pal ran well last time, but she was the only speed. And Eros' Girl went by her. Eros' Girl proved best. She was just better than was Special Pal, even though she had a tactical edge. And the good thing about that race was Eros' Girl came back to beat a really good field in her next start. Actually was surprised that Eros' Girl beat True Empress and all those horses. Some of the best sprinter fillies. So it makes Special Pal's race look that much better, even though she had a huge tactical edge that race. I can't be all over her because she had everything her own way, and she was expected to have everything her own way. She was absolutely lone speed. That's what took such a good race from Eros' Girl to beat her, but she still plays in here. Another interesting one is the Flying By, the 6 horse, gets Jackie Davis today, and you look at those races at Turf Paradise, they're good enough to win here, or at least be very competitive against this field. I guess the question is, why did she run bad last time? Maybe it was the distance. Maybe it was a sloppy racetrack. Maybe she didn't like the track. Could be part of it. The winner kind of took off and dominated, and maybe she was just never in it and needed the trip over the track. A lot of ifs in there. I would expect her to run a little better here. Second trip over the track. She's a tricky read, but you look at those optional claiming allowance races at Turf Paradise, they're definitely good enough to run well here. So which Flying By are going to get? I do expect to get a better Flying By than what we saw in that starter allowance. Okay, 4th race. We start the late pick 5. Again, paid over 6,000 on that crazy Tuesday card yesterday. Well, this one starts off. You got a 10-year-old that's the morning line favorite off of a layoff. If Stone Guitar's not in the race, I like Brock Moninoff. The problem is Stone Guitar is in the race, so I think the horse that'll get the trip, another old-timer, Old Man Winner, who now is getting old, now at age 8. Goes a little further today, 5.5. A 5.5 is right in this horse's wheelhouse. I mean, it doesn't matter the distance, 5.5 or 6. This horse has a nose for the wires, won a lot of races here at Finger Lakes, 12 of them. And has run well off the layoff, has run second or third off the layoff very well, doesn't matter. And he runs to his competition. Well, he's in against 5,000s today. This should be, if we see the Old Man Winner that we're used to seeing over the last few seasons, he should get the trip, and he should win this race. And the great thing is Michael DeVille also knows this horse pretty well, and he's aboard for James Aquilano. I like this horse at 4-1, just because I think he's going to get the trip. I think about it. Brock Moninoff is the inside speed. He's quick, but Stone Guitar can be quick too, to at least keep that one going quick early off of the layoff. That Old Man Winner can close. Now keep in mind, Brock Moninoff did win off the layoff last year, but I think me and everybody else liked the horse because he was supposed to win as the main speed against a soft field. Not the case today because he is going to have pressure. Again, if Stone Guitar wasn't in the race, I would like Brock Moninoff on top. But because he is Old Man Winner, I think he'd get the trip and win going 5.5. But Brock Moninoff might be able to endure the duel and just keep going. Again, ran well enough fresh to win, even though it was a little bit easier that day. Got to use him today. T7, going to be dancing. He looks like he wants to be home. The Tampa race he ran didn't run very good. You know, Sigalert was in that race. Sigalert's won 2 in a row since coming back to Finger Lakes. And Going to Be Dancing's run better since coming back to Finger Lakes. With a third place finish behind starter allowance level Coach Bahi, and then ran third against none other than Sigalert, who came back to win a couple days ago on Memorial Day. So that makes Going to Be Dancing's race look better. John's Protege runs later today. Of course, it's not John Protege's best distance, but at least he runs out of that race. So at least the winner came back to win. Maybe these second and third horses we'll see today, maybe we'll see them do well as well. But Nutsy is the 6th horse. He arrives back from Tampa at a reduced level. So at 5,000, you got to consider this horse as well. This is the horse, he was claimed for 5,000 way back in July, and this will be the first time running back at Finger Lakes anyway, after running at that level Tampa last time. Those forms gone the wrong way since going to Florida. Maybe we'll see another one coming back from Tampa that fires again better at Finger Lakes. So I'd just like to be back here. I'd rather be in Florida. At least in the fall and the spring. Once you get to the summer, it's just as nice here. 5th race, we scratched the 8. McDonough. Now there's a race that's a date or never won 4. It's a split condition. We'll start the late pick 4. It's all about how good this horse is off the layoff. Emerald Forest finds a nice field to go up against here. Drop to 5 at the end of the year so he can come back for the claim. You're going to see that a lot. I think some of these horses are going to be caught doing that at the end of the year, where they drop to 5 so they could come back for the waiver. It's a nice tactical move that we're seeing a lot of trainers do. I think you're going to start seeing horses get claimed at the end of the year. Just you got to pay for them over the winter if you do that. So maybe not. Well, you do see some nice works for Emerald Forest leading up to this race, which might be good enough for me to think that this horse is better than 5,000 claimers. Keep in mind, he did lose for 5,000 when last seen at the end of the year, but he didn't get a very good trip. He got caught wide. The pace didn't come back to him as Gimme the Money was still good at the end of the year. Goes 5.5 today. It seems like that's a good distance for him. It's just a matter of getting a trip, and I think he will. I mean, you got the speed of Cape Cod Gem, and then some speed outside of him with Production Credit and Bustin' Pietre, that Emerald Forest could sit a nice trip right behind that pace. And it's just a matter of how sharp this horse is off of the layoff. American Gentleman, still not his best distance, but still a better distance than 5 furlongs last time. And keep in mind, this horse did not have a good start at all that day. I mean, Norgay ended up getting loose in there. I thought Norgay was going to be tough in that race. American Gentleman was a little overbet. I think they're just betting the American Pharaoh. But, American Pharaoh, you want to go a little bit further than 5 furlongs, especially when you don't break that well. Better chance today with a sharper break, going 5.5. I think this horse will be a lot tougher against this field. American Gentleman second, Bustin' Pietre, logical horse. Got a couple Paul Barrow horses coming off the layoff here. Uncle Marty, I would really like Uncle Marty at 6 furlongs. I don't know about 5.5. Maybe the pace backs up to him. He's classier. Bustin' Pietre looked good winning back in September, but where you been? Does show a nice workout leading up, a couple of good workouts leading up. Double Shot came back as his first start of the year, just won the other day. This horse is tough for 5,000. It's a good sign he's in for the waiver claim. The 9 Production Credit. Yeah, I like this horse a little bit the last couple races, but just not holding on. He seems to be stopping. I think the last time the part of the problem was he rated a little too much. I mean, he's going from 4.5 to 5. I don't know. It seemed like he needed to be sent a little more to get on the front end. I mean, it's not going to happen today with Cape Cod Gem, so I didn't really like him as much today. But I didn't like the tactics last time, and just got beat by a better horse, Coach Bahi, the race before coming off the layoff. If the track does come up wet, this horse does step up on the wet. I mean, the record of 3 for 17 on the wet is misleading. His numbers are better on an off track. So that could move him up a little bit if we do get some of that rain we're expecting. Okay, kind of a significant scratch here in the 6. Scratch the 2, Don Antonio, who figured to be the speed of the race. Now you kind of look at it as like one of the earlier races. There's no speed, and no speed at all. Maybe Ranger Blue's got enough sprint speed with some nice works coming back. Good possibility. I think with a scratch at Don Antonio, a horse like 7th Race Shake, who did show some tactical speed last time being close from the outside, now on the inside, might take the initiative and hold the rail on Ranger Blue, and whoever else tries to get involved, maybe go get the bag. There's absolutely no speed in here. And if Ranger Blue, who's more route speed, if I'm talking about is maybe the sprint speed, that means that 7th Race Shake might have enough speed to hold the rail and just be better than these horses. I think he's better than these horses anyway, coming off a 2nd place finish. The question mark is the 7 this time, yes. First of all, I don't think he's got enough speed to close against. 6 furlongs is actually a little bit short for this horse. I think he wants to go a mile, although they've been running 6 furlongs with him. And I think that's been the problem if you look at this time, yes. It's just, you look at the dam side, there's more route breeding than sprint breeding. This horse is better bred for the route, and they're sending him 6 and 7. I think 7 furlongs might be in the wheelhouse. I think a mile would be perfect for this time, yes. But here at Finger Lakes at 6 furlongs, a 5,000 never won 2, where he's just simply been facing tougher, he's got a realistic shot to win going 3/4. I think the only downside would be the lack of pace in this race. But maybe it's one of those things where they bunch up early, pulls him into the race in a sense, and his class might get him home, running against a little better $10,000 maidens, and then running at 75s last time. This horse costs $80,000 a yearling, resold for $60 as a 2-year-old. Again, probably more for the route breeding, yet they're sending her short. I'd like to see her go long here at Finger Lakes. I think she's going to be tough. Ranger Blue, yeah, the works really show. Although I think this horse has worked very well in the past too, but does attract Sophia Vivas, who's one of the best apprentices in 2023 and 2024. Actually, she did win top apprentice. What is it, the Sovereignty Award in Canada in 2023? She's a good rider, really good rider. She won yesterday. Very heads-up ride. I think it was poor tactics on a horse that was the lone speed, and she took the initiative and went up the rail and took the lead in a horse that really didn't have much speed. She won that race on the Shoe Lady yesterday. So I think, a horse like Ranger Blue, she could get in the race early, even though it's more route speed. I think this horse with the works at 5,000 might be worth a look at 5-1. The 4-horse Waffler is better than most of these, but it's another one that wants more distance and won't have a lot of early speed and sprints. That's an issue, but at least gets an extra furlong than the 5 furlongs last time. With that said, he actually ran pretty well, considering that it was only 5 furlongs and he was off a break. Maybe the freshening did him good. And Jackie Davis back aboard. I think this horse can play a little bit for Tom Muller. Always like Tom Muller's horses. All right, 7th race, starter optional claiming race. 8,000 is the optional tag. Scanning it over, nobody's in for that 8,000 tag. I mean, these horses are basically 5,000 claimers. So the starters have been a little weaker, some of them anyway. This was pretty competitive, though. You got Diva Banker, who just won at 20-1 despite a troubled trip. What an effort. I don't think that horse will be 20-1 today. You got Laughter, who ran okay behind a winner that came back, coming in with a fitness edge. And then you got Bonfire Diva, who's vying for 3 in a row. I think this will make her the first 3-time winner of the season if she wins. I'm looking at it from a pace standpoint because I think some of these horses are pretty evenly matched in the starter, as they should be. That's why we run this starter allowance. Again, another race where there's more speed than race number 6, but I Know You Ain't Talking to Me has sprint speed, but I think Bonfire Diva might be faster, but at least won't use as much to be out there on the front line with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me than I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is using. And she's sharp enough, I think, that she could step up in class in here and win the starter. I don't usually like that this time of year, going from that beaten 5 to the starter, because a lot of times you'll see these horses, they run for 5 or drop to 5 and then jump back up, and they're basically higher claimers or allowance horses running against 5,000 claimers, where this one's been running against 5. But that's not the case here. These are $5,000 claimers running in this starter. So, makes me like Bonfire Diva. If she can keep the form, I think she's as good as ever. I mean, this horse is probably the best she's ever been in her career. And if she's going to win a starter allowance race, it's going to be now on the sharpness and the lack of pace in here. She's the outside speed, and I think she could get the jump on some of these other ones. Laughter can be close, but again, I think she's a little faster than Laughter too, that she could get the lead in here. And it's just a question of 6 furlongs, but she was at the distance, one of the distance before. Got her on top. Yeah, Diva Banker. She won't be 20-1 today. At least I don't think she will. What an effort last time off of the layoff. And if you watch her race, she was up close early and actually checked back, then had to circle wide and still got up. The only negative to that is it was a tiring closer's track that day, one of the few that we've had. But that's not enough to take anything away from her. Bustin' Roxy ran like Bustin' Roxy, the old Bustin' Roxy, and almost held her off. And keep in mind, that was 5 furlongs, so she would be no surprise in here. Laughter would be no surprise off of the second man flight control. Here's one that's run well on and off track, too, so if we do get that rain, she could be tough. Sweet DeSantis, she comes out of a weaker race at the 11-9, other than the winner. I mean, Violent Vixen's supposed to win. Violent Vixen was much the best. But that only fact she didn't get by Saloon Girl with that late run. She ran well, though, consider it was 5 furlongs, goes 3/4 today, and she was facing better than 5,000s last year. Like I said, this starter is like a glorified $5,000 race. I'm going to go with 7, 3, 5, and 6. Last race. Last but not least, scratch the 8 Indy Cowboy, who I liked a little bit in there. Scratch the 10 with no name. With those scratches, well, I didn't like with no name anyway. But I'm taking a shot at a price in here. Like I said, I got long shots, and after yesterday, I have no fear taking a long shot in any of these races. But I don't think Interchanger deserves 12-1 after the last race that this horse ran. Was in for the waiver claim. It was 5 furlongs, and this horse ran a huge race to be second. But had a horse coming in here untroubled that was so much the best and ran a fast time. Untroubled was running on the artificial surface, but proved that he was just as good on the dirt by winning that day. This horse was best of the rest by far. And keep in mind, that's 5 furlongs. 3/4 today. He's hit the board every time for 6 furlongs. Actually, was second every time against good horses. I think today might get it done. The only problem I have is the lack of pace. I think Ferraro Jr. can control the pace in here with U-Butte and possibly, I mean, the two speeds are basically U-Butte and Keegs. More U-Butte is faster that can control the pace, but he's got to go 6 furlongs. That Interchanger, I've seen him close on no pace before. He might be able to still pull off the upset victory. 12-1 morning line for Clarkey. Attracts Sophia Vivas. You get a jockey change today as well. There's some things to like on this horse at a price. Again, the only downside would be the lack of pace in this race, where it does look like Ferraro can control the pace. Now, John's protege might be able to get part of the pace. I mentioned it earlier. It comes out of the race won by Sigler. Could go to school to see how Gonna Be Dancing does earlier in the card. But Sigler came back to win, being a pretty decent field. The only reason I didn't take this horse on top off of that race, it just doesn't seem like this is his best distance. That was 5 furlongs that day. I think he needs 5.5. He's 1 for 10 at the distance, and considering he's only made 17 starts, that's not good. So that was the problem. I don't think 6 furlongs is the thing for John's protege. I think he needs 5.5. But off of that last race, I like him anyway, at least to be in the top 3. Big Rich is the class. Another one I don't think he's got the pace to close on, especially coming out of mostly route races. It looks like Ferraro could control the pace here. Costs $195,000 a yearling. You can have him for $5,000 today. Half to a stakes winner. The dam herself was a stakes winner. You do lose the weight, but you do get a Jackie Davis, so you don't lose anything there with the jockeys. Chris Elliott's been on fire, but Jackie Davis is also one of the best riders here. And again, this horse ran 4th going 3/4 a few starts ago against better competition. So I like Interchanger trying to close against the no pace. So I got to use Big Rich too on the drop. It's just a matter of route to sprint here. And again, you got the speed of U-Butte. I mean, Keegs flashed with speed last time in a paceless field. U-Butte is faster than Keegs, but it depends on what Ferraro wants to do as far as who he wants to put on the lead, because he's got both of the speeds in the race. And that could be a big advantage for both U-Butte and Keegs, although I do think U-Butte's a little bit better. He's second. He didn't run very well last time, but he could run better today, especially if he's allowed to control the pace. I got the 5, 2, 4, and 6 in today's interesting last race. Very interesting, because I'm taking a 12-1 right on top. I don't know about if I'll get the pace or not, though. Anyway, enjoy today's card. We'll see if it's anything like yesterday. Man, I think it was 3 of the first 4 races were the longest shot on the board winning. The funny thing about that is 2 of them were 4-horse fields. See if that trend continues. We got 8 of them today. We got the early pick 5 starting in the 1st, the late one starting in the 4th. They paid $1,900 and $6,000 respectively yesterday, and the $1,900 was 4 out of 5. So we'll see if that continues. Anyway, we continue live racing. Got a little bit of a break here. Next live racing day will be Monday with the 1 o'clock first post. 9 race card that day. You'll enjoy it.
horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. No scratches, here's your field. Number 1 is Sabrine with Luis Perez. Number 2, Trivia, Joel Cruz, the jockey. Number 3, Quiet Horizon and Jackie Davis. Number 4, Bad Connection, John Barrios. Number 5, Mind of Gold, Christian Navarro. And number 6, Jayla in Andre Worry. That's the field for the first race. Track is fast. First race in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in less than 2 minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. 8 races scheduled on this Wednesday. Field of 6 to kick off proceedings. Fillies and mares condition claimers. 6-5 on number 4, Bad Connection. 2-1 on number 1, Sabrine. Windy conditions here in the Finger Lakes region. Bit of a crosswind across the racetrack. Might get some rain later this afternoon, but for now, track is fast. Jayla to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Bad Connection, who edges out for the lead. Jayla's on the outside as it's Trivia, who's improving up the rail, up into second. 2 more lengths to Sabrine. Red blinkers in fourth to the inside of Mind of Gold, who's 3 lengths in front of Quiet Horizon, who's at the tail of the field. Up the backstretch in the opener, Bad Connection has a lead by a length and a half. Jayla and Trivia in chase mode, second and third. Sabrine behind rivals in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Mind of Gold in second last, and a gap of 4 lengths to Quiet Horizon, shaken up at the tail of the field. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Bad Connection's lead is 3 over Trivia. Jayla is nudged upon in third. 2 lengths back to Sabrine, who circles up on the far outside. Mind of Gold's at the fence, and many lengths back to Quiet Horizon as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Bad Connection turns them in. Bad Connection has a lead by about 4 lengths. Trivia and the yellow blinkers outside second. Mind of Gold towards the inside in third, and then it's Sabrine in fourth. 16th to go. It's Bad Connection who's clear. Bad Connection's going to win the opener here at Finger Lakes. Mind of Gold up the inside to get second. Trivia third. Sabrine fourth. 4-5-2-1. Number 4, Bad Connection first. 6 furlongs, 113.74. Back to the winner's circle. Number 4, Bad Connection. New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Frosted out of Junoon. 3 players stable owns Luis Gutierrez, the trainer. John Barrios, the winning jockey. Hidden Lake Farm, 3C stable, West Point Thoroughbreds, bred Bad Connection. It's official, $5.60 the winning mutual. $2 exacta, $29.80. 50-cent try, $19.87. Dime superfecta, $5.37. Second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29. Make your plans to be at Finger Lakes on Saturday, June 7th for the final jewel of racing's Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes. There'll be advanced Belmont Stakes wagering on Friday, June 6th. And on Belmont Stakes Day, racing gates will open at 10:30 a.m. with post time for the Belmont Stakes at 7:04 p.m. Don't miss it. One of horse racing's biggest days can be witnessed here at Finger Lakes.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. You have Exactitry Super Daily Double and Pick 3 wagering in this race. This is for fillies and mares. They're non-winners of a race since the date or never won 4 races. And look at the board right now. You got some money on the 6 Reiterate. Expected that one to take a lot of play in here off of a decent last effort. And, of course, for a red-hot stable, Murphy, of course, winning the stakes race the other day. Manuel Di Diego was aboard that one. And then winning the first race yesterday, I believe Barrios was on that one. But this one was coupled with Make a Joyful Noise. The two of them tried to team up, and it looked like they were going to run 1-2, but it took a perfect trip by Mrs. Bell and a great ride to get the victory. I think the horse, they were getting bet more for Make a Joyful Noise, but Reiterate did run a pretty good race, improving off of her initial start of the season. She'll be a little closer here. It is a race lacking in any kind of early speed, but also a vulnerable favorite if it goes off too short. She really didn't have much of an excuse last. Still came back to win. And it was a good effort by Jolly Miss Jill. She did have a little bit of a fitness edge in some of her rivals coming in from Laurel and Aqueduct, but I think she ran good enough to beat most of these, and she might get the better of the trips. So it seems like her and Reiterate might be the main 2 contenders in this race. But if you're looking for somebody else, once you get past Jolly Miss Jill and Reiterate, pretty wide open for the other spots. You think that True Destiny might be competitive here, getting an extra furlong. The extra furlong's certainly got to help after going too short of 5 furlongs last time. Though the race didn't come up that strong, she's out of. It wasn't a very fast time, but it was over a sloppy racetrack, and it was her first start of the year. And again, that distance is too short. So the extra furlong should certainly help the chances of a horse. True Destiny. Horse Invasion could also be competitive here if she's sharp enough off of the layoff, and she does attract Cabercoa, who rode her last year. So there's another one to consider in race number 2. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in the second race. You got 8 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Jolly Miss Jill and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Sweet Invasion and Cabercoa. Number 3, Miss Pab, Christian Navarro up. Number 4 is True Destiny and Andre Worry. Number 5, Devili and Heeman Harkey. Next up, number 6, Reiterate. John Barrios partners up. And last but not least, number 7, Investment Grade, and Carlos Camilo. Post time in approximately 5 minutes. Post time, couple minutes. Fillies and mares begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 6, Reiterate. 2 to 1, number 1, Jolly Miss Jill. Miss Pab. True Destiny. Devilly. Reiterate and Investment Grade. Investment Grade to the outside. Backs off. Backing out Miss Pab. Investment Grade going in. Rider getting back aboard Miss Pab. Even money, Jolly Miss Jill. 3 to 2, Reiterate. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Investment Grade rushes out for the front end. Sweet Invasion flashing early speed in second. Then it's Devilly and Reiterate outside third and fourth. Jolly Miss Jill towards the inside fifth. Part of that second cluster, then 2.5, 3 lengths to Miss Pab, who's about 2 lengths in front of the gray True Destiny, who brings up the rear. Investment Grade, winging on the front end with a half mile to go. The lead's 2.5. Reiterates now a clear-cut second. Jolly Miss Jill towards the inside in third. And then it's Sweet Invasion fourth. Devilly 3 wide in fifth. 6.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to Miss Pab is 2 lengths in front of True Destiny. As they have 2.5 furlongs to go. Investment Grade, Reiterate has reduced the margin to 1 length, but about 7 lengths back to Jolly Miss Jill, who gets off the inside a little bit in third. Sweet Invasion fourth as they reach the top of the stretch. Investment Grade and Reiterate first and second. Jolly Miss Jill closing in all of a sudden. Jolly Miss Jill only a length and a half off the lead. 3 chances here, 1 furlong to go. Investment Grade, Reiterate, but it's Jolly Miss Jill. Jolly Miss Jill powering to the front of the 16th pole. Jolly Miss Jill prevails. Investment Grade holds second. Reiterate third, fourth, True Destiny. One seven and a photo for third. Number 1, Jolly Miss Jill first. Third, number 6, Reiterate. Fourth, number 4, True Destiny. 1764. 6 furlongs, 114.17. We got an inquiry and objection. 6 versus 7. Right now you see the head-on shot. Stewart's taking a look at the stretch run. Number 1, Jolly Miss Jill. Florida bred, 5-year-old dark brown mare by Handsome Mike on a Miss Prime Time. Take a Shot Stables and Rudy Rodriguez. The ownership, Asaf Ronan, the trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Stonehenge bred, Jolly Miss Jill. Right now, the inquiry and objection, 6 versus 7. Stewart's looking at the stretch run. No change. Second race official. $4 to winning mutual. $2 daily double 1960. An exact to get you back $59.50. A 50-cent trifecta yields a payout $31.25, and a dime superfecta 1764 $43.85. Onward to race number 3. There are no changes to report. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. And then pick 4 starts on race number 3. 50-cent minimum bet. Post time. Race number 3 in about 19 minutes at 2:01 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 3. And yeah, Jolly Miss Jill just was too good for that field. She was able to stay within range and close on by when it mattered. Michael Davila for Asaf Ronan to start off the second race, pick 3. Third race, we start the one of the 2 pick 4s that we have. Remember, the early pick 4 is now in the third race, the late one the last 4 races of the day. Now, this is 11-9 claimer. Numbers of race since the date or never won 4 races. A pretty competitive race in this one. I did lean towards the 3, Darn That Song. There won't be any heavy favorites here. This one's the second choice on the morning line. Ran 4th when last seen in New York, and that was on a drop to 15. Expected her to run a little better than what she did there. She didn't make the lead. She made a move to the front before fading, but a little bit of a slow start for her. I don't know if it really affected her. She should have run better than what she did, but she returned into Finger Lakes. We're seeing a lot of horses come back here, run better again. I mean, when last seen here at Finger Lakes, she ran the best race of her career, running second to Sweet Brown Sugar. That was after a couple victories where she had everything her own way, but that was the best race that she had, a little shorter at 5.5 furlongs. But she has done well 3/4. All 5 of her career wins have come at 6 furlongs, and this is an easier spot for her. And looking for a competitive spot, she'll find it here. The 1-horse Tequila is the late runner here, but she's been off since November. Very lightly raced in 2024, only made 4 starts, 3 of them here, and ran well off the layoff here. Was able to win that race, got a perfect trip up the inside to get that win. Now, things did go her way. I mean, they backed up, everything bunched up, and she got the perfect trip. Louis Perez did a great job getting her home, and he's back aboard today after he's won like the last 3 times he's ridden this horse. So that's a positive for Tequila as well. Not sure if she's going to get enough pace. That's the key to Tequila in this one, but it does seem like there's enough pace signed up that she could get a pace to run at. The 2-horse Special Pal could be one of those pace factors. Now, she was absolutely lone speed in her first start off the bench, but she also ran into Eros's Girl, who came back and beat a really strong field of allowance horses after winning that race. So it makes Special Pal's race look a little bit better because she really had no excuse as being the main speed that day. She just got beat by a better horse. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3 and pick 4 starts in race number 3.
Horses are coming onto the racetrack for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Start of a 50-cent pick 4. Here's your field. Number 1's Tequila, Luis Perez. Number 2, Special Pal, Andre Warry aboard. Number 3, Darn That Song, Caber Coa. Number 4, Easy Play, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Isle Storm, Nasario Alvarado, the jockey. And number 6, Flying By, Jackie Davis. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 9 to 5 on both number 2 Special Pal and number 3 Darn That Song. Tequila to the inside stall. Darn That Song, the Greg up into line. Easy play. Isle Storm. And Flying By. Isle Storm goes in. Our At least almost goes in. Still trying with Isle Storm. And after that, Flying By. Six to 5, Darn That Song. 5 to 2, Special Pal. Isle Storm's in, Flying By. Oh, Isle Storm's still. She finally will go in. Now it's Flying By to the outside. We're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Easy Play who's sending out for the lead. Flying By is on the outside. The great Darn That Song is at the fence into second. Fourth place, Isle Storm to the outside of Special Pal. Special Pal now up into fourth. 3 lengths off the lead into third is Special Pal. And then 5 lengths to Tequila, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go. Darn That Song on top. The lead's a length over Easy Play in chase mode second. Special Pal scrubbed upon for more speed in third. 2 more lengths back to Isle Storm in fourth. Flying By shuffled fifth. 10 off the lead, length and a half to Tequila, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Darn That Song, Easy Play. Easy Play a half length off the lead in second. Third place to Special Pal, who's about 4 lengths in front of Isle Storm as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Darn That Song and Easy Play. These two nip and tuck, but they're a few paths apart from each other as they run down to the final furlong. Third place, Special Pal, as they run to the 16th pole. Easy Play outside. Darn That Song persistent towards the inside, and Darn That Song's up to the task and will repel Easy Play for the win. Special Pal third, Tequila fourth. Three, 4, 2, 1. Number 3, Darn That Song first. Third race. Official, Darn That Song, pays $4.40 to win. Back to the winner's circle, Darn That Song. 6th career victory, New York bred, 6-year-old gray mare by Mission Impassable out of Darn That Trip. Eddie F's Racing owns M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Sequel Stallions New York and Quiet Quarters Ranch bred Darn That Song. Double, $11. $2 exacta, $20.80. 50-cent trifecta, $11.60. Dime superfecta, $4.42. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 5 wagering. 50-cent minimum in the pick 5. And of course, traditional win, place, and show. Post time, race 4, in about 20 minutes at 2:31 p.m. You can get free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Just click on the racing tab and then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today.
All right, early pick four begins with Darn That Song taking race number 3, Cabercoa for how you'll be hearing those names a lot throughout the season. Well, we go to the fourth now. It starts the pick 5, the late pick 5. This one does have the carryover. We had a carryover pool into yesterday's card, and with all those long shots, paid pretty good. Actually, both pick 5s paid pretty well. The late one was over $6,000. Well, we look at today, see what happens today. An hours of a race since the date or never won 4 we'll begin it with. And looking at this one, I lead towards Old Man Winner. Looking at the pace scenario here, he might be able to work out a trip similar to what Michael did with Jolly Miss Jill in race number 2. He said maybe he gets a similar trip from the 3 post, can work in behind Brock Moninoff, who figures to be the speed, along with Stone Guitar. Those are the 2 speeds. They may go quick early. Old Man Winner could do what Old Man Winner does, and that's what win races. This horse is consistently in the top 3 and is usually tough at the $5,000 level, and he drops to that level after being the waiver claim last time. So let's see if Old Man Winner can get back to his winning ways, and he's currently a good price at odds of 9-2. Mentioned Brock Moninoff. He won off the break last year, and he won in a race that didn't have a lot of speed in it, but it was a similar quality as this one, so he would be no surprise if he's able to get the lead over Stone Guitar and just simply keep going for the 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, he's dangerous on the front end, and he's run well fresh in the past. Of course, now at age 10, you wouldn't take too short a price on him off the layoff. The 7, Gonna Be Dancing, seems to be rounding back into form. Ran at Tampa over the winter and just didn't do so well, but came back here for a couple races and ran a lot better, including last race where he ran 3rd behind Sigalert, who came back to win out of that race. So another top 3 chance for Gonna Be Dancing, who's certainly not out of it if he could work out a trip from that position, probably more of a stalking trip with the speed of Brock Moninoff and Stone Guitar in front of him. Nutsy, the same thing. He might be more of a closer in this spot. He's a very versatile horse where he can be with the pace, just off the pace, depending on how quick it is. Now, it's going to be very quick here, so he's going to be playing more of a closer role. And his form in Tampa isn't that good, but maybe he can turn it around coming back here and dropping to 5 at Finger Lakes. So those are a few of the contenders in race number 4. Again, we're going to start the late pick 5 with this race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double also offered here.
Horses coming on the track. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 5. Here's your field. Number 1, Mortgage Rate, Christian Navarro. Number 2, Rachmaninoff, Jeremias Flores. We'll get to the 3 later. Number 4 is Norgay, John Barrios. Number 5, Stone Guitar, Rafael Rojina Jr. Number 6, Nutsy, Luis Perez. Number 7, Gonna Be Dancing, Jackie Davis. And number 8, Rainer, Sofia Vives. And number 3, Old Man Winter on the turn already. And the 6 furlong shoot with Michael De Villa Jr. Post time in just a few. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 5. Got a field of 8 to go, 5 1/2 furlongs, 2-1 on both number 2, Brachmaninoff, and number 3, Old Man Winter. Norgay in the yellow 6 going up. Nutsy. Gonna be dancing, and Rainer. Two out. Gonna be dancing, and Rainer. They're all in the gate, but number 1, Mortgage Rate jockey had to step off. Jockey climbing back aboard. Should be ready. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Stone Guitar sending out for the lead. Brachmaninoff up the inside. And then it's Norgay in between those two in third, a length off the lead. Followed up by Rainer. Extreme Outside in fourth. Fifth place is going to be Dancing. And then it is Old Man Winter in sixth. 2 lengths back to Mortgage Rate, who's about 4 lengths in front. Nutsy is at the back of the pack. A hectic pace, says 3 abreast as they go into the turn. Brachmaninoff, Stone Guitar, and Rainer across the track first, second, and third. It's going to be Dancing. He tracks in fourth to the outside of Norgay in fifth. 2 lengths back, Old Man Winter, who's about 4 lengths in front of Mortgage Rate, and a length and a half to Nutsy, who trails the field. As they reach the top of the stretch, it's still Brachmaninoff, who is on the front end, has the lead by 3 open lengths. Gonna be Dancing's on the outside in second. Norgay's up the inside in third. And then outside to Nutsy as they run to the 16th pole. Brachmaninoff, but here comes Nutsy on the far outside. Nutsy inhaling ground. Nutsy and Norgay. Nutsy wins. Norgay second. Maybe Old Man Winter third over Brachmaninoff. Number 6, Nutsy first. It's a photo for second. 5 1/2 furlongs, 106.70. Number 4, Norgay second. Third, number 3, Old Man Winter. Fourth, number 2, Brachmaninoff. To the winner's circle, number 6, Nutsy. 10th career win for Nutsy. Kentucky bred, 7-year-old dark brown gelding by Exaggerator out of Special Dream. M. Anthony Ferraro, owner trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the card for M. Anthony Ferraro. 580, the winning mutual. Daily double, $28.40. Exacta, $34. 50-cent trifecta, $25.25. Dime super, $14.57. 50-cent pick 3, $14.87. Onward to the back half of the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. 5th race, scratch number 8, McDonough. Win place show, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 3:01 p.m.
All right, getting ready for the fifth race. Some late money on Nutsy, smart late money, as that one was able to go from last to first in the last few jumps. Louis Perez gets the win for M. Anthony Ferraro. It's a lot of late play on Nutsy. Fifth race, a 5,000 claimer. Now where's the race since a date or never won 4 races. Goes 5.5 furlongs. And we do scratch the 8, McDonough. Looking at this race, Emerald Forest, probably better than these horses. It's just a matter of the layoff here, as he's been off since November. Does have some decent works, but when last seen, he did drop to 5,000 and didn't get the best of trips that day. Got caught wide, and the pace didn't back up to him. So maybe works out a trip here, gets a kind of a soft group, and looks like he got 2 speeds to run at in Cape Cod Gen and Production Credit. And he also got 3. He got Busted Pietre maybe adding to the mix. So there's a chance for some pace for Emerald Forest to run at. Also, you got to keep in mind the 3 American Gentleman gets a little more distance here, and that's going to help his cause. He's a big price on the board right now at 8-1, especially with his breeding. He should not be 8-1. Here's a horse by American Pharaoh. He wants to go a lot longer than 5.5 furlongs, but at least you get an extra half furlong here, and with a better start, he could get into the race and be a big threat in this one. And yeah, people gave up on him, but he did have a problem at the start last time. The 5 is Busted Pietre, who certainly figures here, especially if we get a little more rain. It is starting to come down. Busted Pietre does like an off track if we can get one here. But he comes off a win where he was able to control the pace back in September. So this will be his first time competing in quite some time. He doesn't need the lead. That's the thing with Busted Pietre, because there does seem to be some other pace in here. Production Credit, one of those speeds, but he's all the way on the outside. He's certainly not out of it. He just was not aggressive enough last time to get with the pace or get in front. So he's a horse that needs to be sent a little quicker, but he does have some speed inside him with Cape Cod Gem. So some of the players for race number 5 will start the late pick 4 with this race. Again, scratch the 8, McDonough.
Horses are coming on the track for the 5th race. From Finger Lakes, scratch the 8, McDonough. Here's your field. Number 1 is Uncle Marty and Kevin Navarro. Number 2 is Cape Cod Gem and Joel Cruz. Number 3, American Gentleman, Heman Harkey aboard. Number 4 is Emerald Forest and Andre Worry. Number 5, Bustin Pietre and Jeremiah Flores. Number 6, Smokin' Alone, Rafael Regina Jr. Number 7, Ribbons and Medals, Gaber Koa. And number 9 is Production Credit and Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. American Gentleman goes in. Emerald Forest. Smoking Alone. Ribbons and Medals. Production credit to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. A hop in the air at the start for Bustin Pietre. It's Production Credit who rushes out for the front end. Emerald Forest splitting rivals. American Gentleman's at the fence up into second. Ribbons and Medals is 3 wide in fourth, and then in fifth, Smoking Alone. Sixth place, Cape Cod Gem trying to advance towards the inside. Bustin Pietre is 3 wide. Both of those two pass Smoking Alone, and 2 lengths to the trailer. That is Uncle Marty as they make the entry into the turn. It's American Gentleman who's towards the inside. Production Credit outside in second, and then in third, that's Ribbons and Medals as Emerald Forest has nowhere to go at this point in time in fourth. Bustin Pietre ranging up but deep on the course in fifth. And then in sixth place, Cape Cod Gem as they arrive at the top of the stretch. American Gentleman has the lead. Emerald Forest gets the split. Emerald Forest, Bustin Pietre's on the grandstand side. Ribbons and Medals, one from the outside of the red blinkers. Still about 3 chances here as they run to the 16th pole. It's Emerald Forest, Ribbons and Medals, and Bustin Pietre. Here comes the winning line. Ribbons and Medals, Emerald Forest. Those two at a head bobber. Then it was Bustin Pietre, photo for fourth, Uncle Marty or American Gentleman. Photo finish for the win. Number 4, Emerald Forest first. Second, number 7, Ribbons and Medals. Third, number 5, Bustin' Pietre. Fourth, number 3, American Gentleman. $370, the winning mutual. Fifth race official. To the winner's circle, number 4, Emerald Forest. Kentucky bred. 7-year-old dark brown gelding by gemologist out of Papa's Forest. Charlton Baker, owner trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Daily double $17.40, exacta $10.80, 50-cent trifecta $7.90. Dime super $6.40, 50-cent pick 3 $12.25. Early pick 5, 5 of 5, $113.12. Sixth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, Don Antonio. Win play show, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 20 minutes at 3:32 p.m.
All right, good finish to race number 5, as it was Emerald Forest and Ribbons and Battles. Ribbons and Battles made a big outside move, but Emerald Forest was able to hold that one off and get the victory. Andre Worry for owner-trainer Charlie Baker. Okay, 6th race, we scratched the 2, Don Antonio. We'll start off with the inside horse, the 7th race Shake, who ran a solid second last time, going 4.5 furlongs off of a break since February. Now, there isn't a lot of speed in this race. There's absolutely no pace in this race, to be honest. You look at maybe the route speed of Ranger Blue with the Bullet Works. Maybe that one will have speed, but 7th race Shake doesn't really have speed either, but he's got the rail, and he might be up there close in a race that just simply has no early pace whatsoever, especially with a scratch of Don Antonio. Don Antonio was the one that figured to set the pace in race number 6. You got the 7 this time. Yes, he's the new face in the group, but he comes from further out of it. Seems to be better bred for the route as well, so it just shows that he doesn't have much for early speed. So in a sense, he'll be up against it because of the lack of pace in here more than some of the other ones. But he does have a little bit of a class edge with a little better maiden claimers he comes out of, along with the 7,500 that he ran 3rd in last time. Interesting horse is the 5 Ranger Blue. Doesn't have the best of forms last year, but he was running a little over his head for a lot of the season. He finally dropped to 5,000 at the end of the year and got caught wide chasing in that race. I mean, if he ever gets the lead against 5,000s in a route, he'd probably be awfully tough. Well, he's got a sprint race here, coming in here with shooting some Bullet Works, and he might be one of the horses that are going to be part of the early pace. And hard to gauge how good he actually is because he's been so much above where he should be in a lot of those races. And today at 5,000 might be a big factor in this spot. The 4-horse Waffler probably wants more distance too, and that's the key for for a lot of the horses, even at 6 furlongs. But at least he does go 6 furlongs today. Gets that extra furlong after running 4th. And the fact that he was only beaten a few lengths off the bench, going that short, shows that Waffler could fare better going 6 furlongs and could be actually dangerous at a little bit of a price. Those are some of the contenders here for the 6. Remember, they start the late pick 3 with the 8-race card and a big scratch of the speed. We scratched the 2, Don Antonio.
Coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, Don Antonio. Here's your field. Number 1 is 7th Race Shake and Andre Worry. Number 3 is 8 Sunset Drive and Christian Navarro. Number 4, Waffler, Jackie Davis. Number 5 is Ranger Blue and Sofia Vives. Number 6, Go Get the Bag, Jeremias Flores. Number 7, This Time Yes, and Luis Perez. Number 8 is Grand Again, Michael Davila Jr. And number 9, Manny Penny and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Horses at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. This time, yes, going up into the gate. Grand again. Master Penny to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Lots of horses going out for the lead. Waffler is there. This time, yes, wide on the course there, first and second. And then it's Go Get the Bag in between horses. 8 Sunset Drive in the 2-path. 7th Race Shake joins the party at the fence. Grand again is stuck out wide, only a length and a half off the lead in 4th. The back 2 horses, Ranger Blue is advancing, passing 8 Sunset Drive. Also advancing is Manny Penny. About 8.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the turn. It's Waffler who has the lead over this time, yes, who's outside in second. Grand again, white blinkers in third. 7th Race Shake towards the inside, 4th. 3 more lengths back to Ranger Blues to the inside. Go Get the Bag. Then 4 lengths back to Master Penny is about 2 lengths in front of 8 Sunset Drive as they arrive at the top of the stretch. This time, yes, the one to catch. This time, yes, with 3/16 to go, has the lead by 3 lengths. 7th Race Shake is up into second. Grand again is all out in third. They run to the 16th pole. It's This Time, Yes, who draws clear. This time, yes. Give jockey Luis Perez 2 on the card. 7th Race Shake second, close for third, maybe Grand again over Ranger Blue. Number 7 this time, yes, first. Second, number 1, 7th race, Shake. Third, number 8, Grand again. Fourth, number 5, Ranger Blue. 7185. Announcer. Yes. Got, got it. Thank you. Did have a claim. Number 7 this time, yes, was claimed. New owner trainer Paul Barrow. Paul Barrow, new owner trainer on number 7 this time, yes, claimed out of race 6.
All right, coming up on race number 7, and no doubt about that winner. This time, yes, made it look easy. Louis Perez for trainer Moreno Barbin. I think that one did get claimed out of that race, and man, impressive effort to win the 6th. We go to the 7th. We start the late double. Exacta Try and Super offered. An 8,000 starter optional claimer goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Very competitive race, other than what looked like a 2-horse race in the 6th, which turned out to be a 1-horse race anyway. This one looks like pretty even from top to bottom, as starter allowances normally should. You look on the outside, Bonfire Diva might have an advantage of being the outside speed and kind of the main speed, other than I know you ain't talking to me, that there really isn't a lot of speed in this race. So that might be an advantage for this horse, and that's where she likes to run on the front line, and that's where she's been running lately. Coming off the layoff, she was the only horse all day that made up any ground in the stretch. Every horse went gate to wire on that day, and she was able to catch Thin Legs, who was the speed. Then her next start, she just showed her sharpness and came back to win. And what makes the race look better, and I mentioned this earlier, Georgie's Ladies came back to win the other day, and Jolly Miss Jill came back to win earlier today, and that was expected. I mean, both of those horses were expected to win against easier fields, but it does make Bonfire Diva's race look that much better, considering it would be considered a key race, again, even though they came back and won easier races. But either way, she looks better because of that, and I think from a pace standpoint, she has an advantage here, and she might be sharp enough to step up to the starter and come right back. Diva Banker, she's not going to be 20-1 today. I'll say that. She ran big last time off of the layoff. I mean, the one negative would be that it was a lot of closers won that day. It was a tiring racetrack, but she had some trouble in there. She was up close to the front and then kind of checked out of there before circling outside and getting up to catch the speed of Bustin' Roxy. So off of the effort, she gets a little more distance today, 6 furlongs. So I think it would be no surprise if this one were to come right back and win again. And again, she shouldn't be 20-1. Laughter's another one that ran good in the starter condition in her last start. The horse that beat her came back to win her next start. And plus, if we get a little more moisture in the track, this horse really steps up. It's just kind of been a drizzle all day here in Western New York. But she was facing tougher, and when she wasn't for 5, and she was winning every race. Sweet DeSantis is the 6th horse. She wants more distance, but she did make a little bit of a late run against an easier field at the 11-9 level. She didn't quite get by Saloon Girl, and Violent Vixa was the only one who really showed anything in that race. So, but it goes to the point that she did run pretty decently 6 furlongs against a lesser field, and maybe she'll run a little bit better today, going a little further, because that was 5 furlongs last time. So she's another one to use, maybe closing to be in the number. I went to 7-3-5-6 in the 7th. We're going to start the late double again. Exacta Try is super offered in race number 7.
On the track, seventh race, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number one is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me and Carlos Camilo. Number two is Kaz Music, Michael Davila Jr. aboard. Number three, Diva Banker and Joel Cruz. Number four, Our Girl Faith and John Barrios. Number five, Laughter, Jackie Davis. Number six, Sweet DeSantis, Luis Perez. And number seven is Bonfire Diva and Sofia Vives. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses at the gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. Even money on number 7, Bonfire Diva. Already a winner 2 times at Finger Lakes this year. And winner of 4 of her last 5 races. Laughter, Sweet DeSantis, and Bonfire Diva. Sweet DeSantis going up. And then Bonfire Diva. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Having to check after the start, Diva Banker. It's Bonfire Diva from an outside post going for the lead, but it's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me who gets that early lead. Laughter races in third, then a length back to Our Girl Faith in about the 2-path in fourth. Kaz Music scrapes the paint in fifth. Sweet DeSantis 4 wide 6 and is to the outside of the slow starting Diva Banker who trails the field. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me has a lead by a length and a half. Bonfire Diva is hounding outside in second. Kaz Music towards the inside third. Laughter, Green Silks in fourth. Fifth place, Our Girl Faith, 7.5 lengths off the lead. Then a length back to Diva Banker, who's out of last. And Sweet DeSantis is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the quarter pole. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me and Bonfire Diva. These two square off in upper stretch. It's Kaz Music is towards the inside in third. It has inside passage if good enough. And Kaz Music's now the danger to I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. And Kaz Music sticks the red blinkers in front. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is game on the outside. 16th to go. Kaz Music, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Kaz Music, give Davila 2 on the card. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me was second. Close for third between Diva Banker and Bonfire Diva. Two, one, and a photo for third. Number 2, Kaz Music first. Third, number 7, Bonfire Diva. Fourth, number 3, Diva Banker, 2173. 6 furlongs, 112.83. Cans Music pays $9.70 to win. Cans Music back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown mare by McLean's Music out of Malibu Cougar. Edwin Schatzel is the owner. Timothy Murphy, the trainer. Michael Davila Jr. with a riding double today. Cas Hill Farm bred Cas Music. Double, $109. Exacta, $30.80. 50-cent try, $25. Dime Super, $13.05. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 8, Indy Cowboy. Scratch number 10, with no name. Put Jackie Davis in the 4, Big Rich, no apprentice allowance. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 4:31.
All right, getting ready to conclude the card and conclude the racing week with race number 8. What a week for Tim Murphy. He's been on fire. Always said he had a career year last year. It was best years of his career. But this year, he's off to a great start. He won the stakes race on Monday, the first stake of the season, with a 20-1 shot. Yesterday, the day's opener, was a 4-horse field. He won with the longest shot at 14-1, and now gets another victory in a nice starter allowance race with Kaz Music. I think couldn't have worked out any better for that horse. Michael Davila able to guide that one to the victory. A couple wins on the day for Michael Davila. Good to see him in the winner's circle. Okay, just a reminder before doing the last, we are dark the rest of this week. Next live racing day will be Monday. Monday we'll have a 1 o'clock first post. 9 races on the card coming up this Monday. All right, let's look at the last. We do scratch the 8 Indy Cowboy, which was one of the players in here. We also scratched the 10 with no name. Well, I thought this was kind of a wide open race to finish it off. I did go with a price morning line anyway. Actually, it is a price still. He's 6-1 on the board. Interchanger ran a huge race off of the layoff, considering it was only 5 furlongs, and this is a horse that doesn't have any early speed whatsoever in most cases. And he was able to still run a pretty good second behind a horse Untroubled, who came in here and was questionable as far as on the dirt, but certainly had huge numbers and was a really nice horse, way too good for 5,000 claimers. So the fact that Interchanger ran second to him was actually a pretty good effort. My only concern is the fact that there isn't a lot of speed in here, and he is a horse that doesn't have much for speed and wants something to run at. The speed actually comes from both M. Anthony Ferraro horses, so he'll be able to control the early pace, as U-Butte is probably faster than Keegs, but they could put either one on the front end, see if anybody else pushes the issue, and Interchanger will have something to close on. Good horse to take a shot at, I thought, at 12-1 morning line. The 2-horse is John's Protege. Would love this horse on top if it was 5.5 furlongs. The only question is going to be the distance. This horse has not performed well going 6 furlongs, 1 for 10 at the distance, but does come out of a pretty good race. Ran second to Sigillard, who came back to win the next start, and it was far back to the rest of the field in a sense, where he was the only other one in contention that race. So if he could repeat that performance but do it going a little further, would like him at 5.5, but still like him at 6 for second. I think he's still got a chance to win in this spot. The 4-horse is Big Rich. He's the new face of the group, and you can't ignore him because he's a big drop in class. He's more of a route breeding. They did pay a lot of money for him as a yearling, $195,000 out of a stakes winner, but again, mostly route. So the question again for him is going to be the distance going 6 furlongs, but at 6 furlongs, at least it's better than the shorter distances we've been going as he cuts back in distance from a mile. But the drop in class certainly makes this one very competitive in here. And I did throw in the 6th, the U-Butte. Now it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, as you got 2 horses from the same stable that seem to be the 2 horses that have the most speed in here. Talking about Keegs, who showed speed, and then U-Butte. But U-Butte seems like the one that's faster than the other one if they want to put that horse on the front end, and he seems to be better on the front end. But as he's going from 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs today, he could be the one to control the pace. Let's say decide to put Keegs on the front end because he's got the rail, then he steps up big time as the possible early pace. So that could be interesting because there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in today's final race. Exacta Tri is super offered in race number 8. Again, we scratched the 8 Indy Cowboy and scratched the 10 with no name.
5 interchanger will leave the paddock first, and we'll have blinkers put on before the start of this 8th race. Coming on the track, 8th and final here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 8 and 10. Here's your field. Number 1 is Kegs, Luis Perez, the jockey. Number 2, John's protege at Andre Worry. Number 3, Drinking Solo, Stephen Frett. Number 4, Big Rich, Jackie Davis. We'll skip to the 6, U Butte, Kaber Koa. Number 7, Ripe for Mischief, Jose Baez. Number 9, gelding name 5 Destinations, and Emmanuel de Diego. And number 5, interchanger on the backstretch with Sofia Vives. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. Monday's program for next week here at Finger Lakes has been posted online, so Monday's program available for download. Horses at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. Favorite 6 to 5, number 4. Big Rich, Jackie Davis picked up the ride. Interchanger going up. U Butte. Race for Mischief. And 5 Destinations. Five Destinations to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for 5 Destinations, who accelerates out for the front end. U Butte flashing early speed. John's Protege and Kegs at the fence, 3rd and 4th. 2 more lengths back to Drinking Solo, mid-flight in 5th. And then in 6th place is Big Rich, who splits rivals. Ripe for Mischief is in that cluster, 6.5 lengths off the lead in second last, and Interchanger brings up the rear. Kegs has the lead, U Butte pressing outside in second. John's Protege is 3 wide in the clear in third, and then it's 5 Destinations in fourth. 5th place, Big Rich, 2 more lengths to Drinking Solo, about 6.5 lengths off the lead. Interchanger's out of last, and Ripe for Mischief has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. Kegs and John's Protege, they are first and second. Big Rich in contention to the 3 wide side in third as they straighten up into the stretch. And it's John's Protege and the white blinkers getting the better of Kegs as Big Rich is bearing down on the outside. And these two feud for the lead, and it's Big Rich. Big Rich now striking the front of the 16th pole, and it's Big Rich who opens up in deep stretch to win by 3. John's Protege second, Kegs third, Interchanger fourth. 4215. Once again, programs online for next live racing date here at Finger Lakes on Monday. So go to fingerlakesgaming.com. To the winner's circle, number 4, Big Rich. New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Bolt Doro out of Generosity. Diane Citarella and James Citarella. The ownership, James Ferraro is the trainer. Jackie Davis, the winning jockey. Sugar Plum Farm and Ruiz Racing, bred Big Rich. $8.70 to Winning Mutual. $2 double, $43.80. Exacta, $31.80. 50-cent trifecta, $25. Dime superfecta, $8.02. 50-cent pick 3, $166. Pick 4, $284.75. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,733. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. I believe it's a 9-race card. First post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.